And thank you so and thank you, Soul Spire, for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 8 months. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Did you know you can drink tainted water with no downside? Did you know that you can stop zombies' heads? Drink water or you'll die. Do it. Oh man. My my favorite ones, and I say this sarcastically, my favorite ones is when I'm playing Project Zomboid and you have people correct you wrong. And thank you, Sinclad, for the or Slinclad for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 16 months you've been subbed to the channel. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And it means a heck of a lot. So I really do appreciate that. Yeah, no, like the there's so many classics when I was playing Project Zomboid where people would absolutely correct me, but like be objectively wrong. Like you had people who would swear up and down, it's like, oh yeah, you can survive a bite. I've done it. And you're like, no. If you have mods, you can, or if you change your settings, you can. But out of the box, it is literally in the code as a boolean, not a percent chance. It's yes, no, is bitten, and it will kill you. Like it literally just shortcuts to you are infected. Like people have done the dive in the code, so like zero chance you could survive. But I'd have people do that one. I would sit there and like drink the tainted water out of the river and like, oh no, that'll kill you. Don't do that. You're gonna ruin your run. I'm like, what? Drink some more of it. Granted, I did get that one time that I had forgotten I had eaten poison berries and then drank the water, and you can't do that. So I did actually kill one character that way by forgetting I had just smacked down some berries and had just barely fallen to the point where I didn't have the moodle anymore and finished the job. Let's see, did they ever make vanilla way to survive the infection yet? No, there won't be one. That's literally the intention is once you're infected, it's over. Like that's the whole intro to Project Zomboid, you know, it was the end of days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. It's not this is how you thrived, this is how society survived. It is a deliberate and intention thing that they have stated they will never give you a cure or a vaccination or whatever. Anyways, with that said, because I did start the YouTube thing when everyone started dropping in, we're gonna go ahead and jump back in where we were working on our vintage story run. We have started building the refractory, and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, you can change the settings to get rid of it, and you can use mods to get rid of it. But yeah, no, it's one of those things when you have games that you have like hundreds or thousands of hours in. Um, and yeah, you'll have people who pop in, there'll backseat you, and like it's one thing where they haven't looked to see like how long you've been playing, or they don't know, or they don't see the kill count or whatever, and that's fair. But like when they correct you with incorrect information, that's when you're like, look, man, not only are you backseating and correcting, but you're also wrong. I'm curious about these water wheels and all that. We're not set up in a position to do it. I don't think the water by our house counts as one of these, because I did notice in one of the caves there was distinctly faster moving water. Did really enjoy the only cure mod. Yeah, I tried a few of those mods and I never really did enjoy like a lot of the mods, but I think a big part to me of a lot of Project Zomboid stuff though does have to boil down with the fact that it is very final and all that. Hey, Allison, thank you so much for the raid. I'm trying to remember what I was doing. What did I see? Oh, you were playing Enshrouded. That's right, because I was hanging out before stream. I was like, I was over there. What were we playing? I do hope the rest of your stream went well and all that good stuff. What temperature is it? Ah, just minus 4C. It's fine. Let's go ahead and chuck those down real fast and warm ourselves up at it. But check out Allison Adventures. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Playing some Enshrouded today, but does a lot of survival crafters. Has done Vintage Story. Also does like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and a whole bunch of stuff. You died a bunch, but made tons of progress. That is the dream. But yeah, no, definitely someone worth checking out. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Yeah, no, we did, for everyone popping in here, we did just switch to Vintage Story. I was playing Project Zomboid doing the Skyblock mod, which was interesting. I did it till I reached the second island, got a bunch of stuff and brought it back. And then it was kind of one of those things going, okay, now it's just going to kind of be repeating this. Which is fine. But it's, you know, one of those things that I feel like it's a great idea, but it doesn't work as well as it does for, like, Minecraft. And that's just the nature of Project Zomboid versus the nature of Minecraft. Stuff like, you don't want to spoil it, but did you move... Oh, I know about the sewer lid there. I'm assuming it's an underground thing. I didn't figure out how to get into it. I didn't really, honestly, focus on it. I'm assuming you get to, like, the third area and you get the key or whatever. Because they mentioned fixing a ham radio to trade. Which I'm assuming that's all related to that. Alright, so one of the things we want to do... So I've got a stairwell right here. Oh, it's up here. Where's the stairwell? Oh, right. I added extra tiles. We'll just go to the stairwell and I'll open up the wall from up there. But yeah, so where we're at in the game is I am building my first refractory for the purposes of the steel. Are you going to ask if you died? So I died relatively early in the stream, but then after that I did. Like, so I took one death relatively early and then kind of managed from there. Which it went pretty much how you expected. I fell. So what I want to do here is I'm just making a little hallway over here so that I can reach where we've got a refractory kind of thing. Okay, and this is something I can change and expand later. Yeah, because then we can go over here. I got my little spot where I can peek into the side of the refractory and dump all the charcoal down below. So I'll have that all set up and ready to rock and roll. And then this could be a thing that later on I can go ahead and make, like, more stuff off of this, more cellars, whatever it ends up being. Okay. Cool. So I got this. Yeah, we'll probably change that later. For right now, it can just stay dirt at the top. Alright, so now I got a little tunnel to go over to the refractory. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. That can just sit there the way it is right now. Alright, so let's have a look to see... Oh, those just finished. That's excellent. And I've got some unfired bricks. Because we're going to need a whole lot of these. Oh, I need more. So for that, I'll need more fire clay. And more bauxite from the looks of it. Okay, so we need bauxite, potentially quartz. Because it is a whole thing to get this all set up. Okay, so we need bauxite, quartz, and fire clay to keep those all going. But yeah, it's been one of these things that we've been putting a lot of time into this run. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I need you. So you're not entirely sure how to mine properly, so you're glad you're back to Vintage Story. You can watch Rual do it again. When you say mine properly, are you talking about, like, actually getting the ore, like, out of the wall, or finding the ore to then, you know, get it out of the wall? Because getting out of the wall is mostly just, where do I see ore, start smacking it with a pickaxe, until I don't see ore anymore. Alright. Triangulation efficiently. Yeah, I mean, effectively the way you triangulate, once you see a material you want show up, so you're just running around, you're doing your prospecting, and you go, oh, I see magnetite. I would like magnetite. What you'll do then is if we look over here to where I have mine. So I was coming across here, and I hit the pin and went, oh, magnetite, I think it's around here. It's like, oh, very high. And I just kept going, and it happened to be the right direction for ultra high, and I kept going until you see here I'm at 3.69, so it kept going here, it went up, and it went down. So that tells me I'm wrong. Don't go this far. So I dropped back to the previous spot, then it went down. Well, it went down. Okay, so we go back up, and we tried going up. Well, it went down. So that tells me that's the spot. So it's pretty much one of those things that we kind of go this way. And then when you're actually, like, mining, usually the way I'll go is I'll try and dig down to where I suspect I'll find it. And different ores show up only on different levels, so iron generally is a pretty deep ore most of the time. So you can kind of go and just dig down pretty deep. But what you can do is then, the correct way, which is not how I do it, but the correct way is you know, dig down, whatever, get to the appropriate depth. And then once you've done that, you survey, you go 12 tiles to one side, you survey, you go 12 tiles back, you survey, until you see the ore at all. Once you see the ore at all, then it gets to be easy, because it's just, you know, hot and cold. If I dig one way and it says there's more, I keep going that way. If I dig one way and I don't see more, like it's a lower number, then I go the other way. And if it remains the same, then I just keep going as well. You basically go until you stop seeing more. And then from there, you kind of do the same thing of, like, you know, keep turning the different directions until you have, like, the spot where you consistently have, like, the highest you see kind of thing. And then once you have the highest you see kind of thing, you either, like, usually you'll dig up or down. Because if you tried going the different cardinal directions and you kind of sussed out the highest density spot and you didn't find it, most likely it's above or below you. And above's easier because then you just dig up versus down. Once you dig down, you can't, it makes it harder to dig up after that. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the dirt. Yeah, the charcoal pit, like you've probably noticed, I'm not actively being like, oh, I need charcoal, let me go ahead and fill in the whole pit. It's literally each and every time I need wood for something, instead of going and grabbing my stack of wood there, I go and cut up some bricks for a charcoal pit. Alright, so where did I put the mortar? It was in one of the chests that, yeah, it was, let's say it was in one of the chests that you wouldn't anticipate it. All right. Okay, that is the bottom floor done. I always struggle to remember the position of the door. It feels like the door should be down one tile, and I always have to redo it at least once. And if they can remember the door is something you craft out of iron. Steel... working. Alright, so we need the bricks, we need the iron door or windowed iron door. Which weirdly, clicking on that did not show me the windowed iron door. So yeah, we have the iron door, which is 6 iron plates, or the windowed iron door, which is 4 iron plates and 2 rod, or 5 iron plates and 2 rods. Ow, it's gonna be a whole thing. We're not quite ready for that yet. That's gonna be a lot of iron. We do actually have a lot of iron though. Okay, so things I need. Bauxite and quartz. Do I have my giant heap of quartz? I do. Let's grab 3 stacks of quartz. So quartz is done, so I don't actually need the quartz. So I need bauxite and fire clay. Now, the problem we have there is I don't think I'm going to get those in the same place. So we've got our good coal. Did I not have pins where we had seen the good coal? Because that's very poor. Oh, no, we actually hit good coal somewhere. There's the brown coal. Where did we actually... Brown coal bits, brown coal. There was somewhere here I genuinely smacked black coal itself. And I didn't stay there because I didn't need it right then. Where did that happen? That's 10. 10. It wasn't up here, was it? Obsidian. Saltpeter and iron. No, I know we hit it. Because it wasn't even an area that was, like, looking promising for it. I was just spelunking in some random cave and saw it and whacked it so it got added to the map. Quartz and lead. It feels like this would be the kind of area that it happened, because we found a bunch down here. I guess this would be the argument for not having the realistic looking one. Because then it'd be easy to see my little markers on the map. Could you not be a jerk? Alright, so I know we had... Because it'll be the icon that looks like a ladder, and I'm imagining it'll be like black. Tin. You know, we've got a big ocean. Unfortunately, I'm not very close to it, so it's kind of a pain to get to. Zinc, quartz, quartz, quartz. Yeah, I saw a black ladder icon as well. Like, if you saw one I missed, because it looks like tin's also showing as a black ladder icon. Chalk. Quartz, red clay. Like, part of it could be like I have two of those overlapping each other. Black coal. That's exactly what it is. It's right there. It just so happens to be that they're like practically overlapping. Alright, so we've got our target. I'm the one who even left it there. So pickaxe is getting spent. They probably won't need the prospecting pick that much. But I am going to need to get another pickaxe going in not super long. So I can grab our junk one here, grab you. Oh, we still have a bunch of stone shovels on us. We're pulling up dirt. Grab our good shovel. Alright. Pop down here. Give ourselves some more pie. Okay. So other things we need. So you need and the reason why we're going to the black coal is we need fire clay. I also need bauxite. Unfortunately, these things are not in the same place. That's just the life we live. Did I not pin that? I did. It's just... It's okay. I can't see where it is. It's down by one of my teleporters. So things we could do is, if I get 6 of the temporal gears, I have 2 different teleporters that I haven't got hooked up yet. No idea where they go. We need to keep getting the fire clay going. We need to keep, you know, and all that. Because that's what's going to be needed to make the refractory. One of the things I could also do is start working on taking all of our flint and calcifying it to make my own fire clay. Which is fine, but it does become kind of a real big flint gobbling thing. I'm really hoping when we get the teleporters up and running that one of them will take me where I can find some peridotite, so I can find some olivine. And another thing we ought to do is, if we get to that point where we do find the peridotite, then we're going to want to grab the titanium, I believe. Because you can use that to make the refractory bricks 3s. And the refractory brick 3s almost never break. They do break, it's just very, very seldom. Versus the refractory 1 blocks, it'll probably be something like, out of the whole building, like 5, maybe 6, give or take, per go. There are a lot of Quarry and X skills mods? Yes, there are. X-Skills is a very, very popular, like... Oh, one second. Very, very popular mod suite. Okay, another thing we could probably do is... once we're done grabbing the next round of refractory brick stuff to keep it going, take a quick detour and see if the resins come back yet. For me, the only mods that I kind of grab almost every time is Napster, because once you crafted stuff enough times, you just don't want to do the minigame anymore. Like, some of the stuff the minigame's not too bad, but some of the stuff the minigame can get pretty tedious. And then auto map marker, or auto mark map, or whatever it's called, is the other one I tend to grab, because when you find copper, you're going to pull up the map and be like, the copper's here. And it just saves you from having to do that same, like, open your map, right-click, do the pin, put down your mark, like, do that stuff every single time. Okay, magnetite high here. It went pretty good. We took one death pretty early on, and then we went the entire rest of the time without another death. I did reach the second island and kind of grab the important items off of it. And it was just kind of one of those ones, like, you know, kind of got the feel for it and was like, you know, this is interesting, but it was more of a novelty interest that I did find, unfortunately, just Project Zomboid mechanics of, like, crafting bars and all that kind of stuff. I feel like it was not as good a fit as, like, Minecraft with the skyblock. Because when you go to expand Minecraft, you just kind of crouch, you walk up to the edge and just go tuck, 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 and just keep going as fast as you can. Versus Minecraft, you have to do, like, or sorry, Project Zomboid, you have to go through, right-click, tell it to do it, your character goes up, there's the crafting bar shows over their head, it takes a few seconds, and you can fast forward and all that. Also, like Minecraft, you can carry a ridiculous stack of everything. And so it wasn't bad, but this is kind of one of those things that it definitely felt like there were some pains with it. That's what I thought. Wait, don't do that. Put you away. We have found a lot of meteoric iron. Yeah, the moment I saw like a weird dip in the stone, I'm like, all right, this is not a normal land formation. Let's take a look at you. Hey, Endersouls, how's it going? Okay. Yeah, I know Better Ruins is a very popular mod as well. I'm not running that myself right now because Better Ruins can also be a little cheeky sometimes, and like it makes the ruins really cool, but there's times you get lots and lots of goodies out of it. It's kind of like in RimWorld they have the what is it? Was it also Better Ruins in RimWorld? But they'll put like a bunch of ruins on the map that are much nicer. I didn't survey, which is the whole thing I had gone in there for the first place for. Real Ruins, that's the one. Real Ruins. It's a fun mod, but it's definitely one of those ones that, like, really screws with the game balance. But that all depends, like, what you're doing so far as, like, runs and challenges, if you care or not. If you're not doing a challenge that you're really worried about or that's very relevant, then who cares? I mean, also, if you're just enjoying it, who cares? But so you had some rules for yourself for better ruins. You can only build with blocks from the ruins. It makes a fun playstyle, but slows down your progression enough that I'm not feeling bored in the winter. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, you could do that. Like, for me, the big thing with the better ruins, real ruins stuff is, like, you got into the better ruins, and a lot of times they just have, like, the jars with items. And, like, we benefited pretty strong with the jars with items on this one, where we got a weapon right at the beginning. But, sometimes you get a little over the top with it. And then there's, like, blocks and all that you can't get for a long time that you can snag from better rooms. Not icy anymore? Oh, no, it is. If we look at our map, this area down here is not too bad. But then you look at, like, the entire area our house is at, and it's all snowed over. This is a very low elevation. I think this biome is a slightly warmer biome than this whole area out here. But it's still -9 Celsius. Or you know what it could be? That this is a desert, so it just doesn't have precipitation, hence no snow. Let's see, not sure if it was sort of a storage or something else, but a mod made an add stack shift right click on firewood piles, creates automatically, pulls the next corresponding item from the inventory. You need to figure out which one of those because it seems like nice quality of life. Yeah. Well, that's, and I know there's mods for it, I've seen them, I haven't grabbed any of them. I kind of want the, like, stack nearby. You know, all those kind of mods, like stack nearby, sort, those kind of things. This day and age, any type of survival crafter, unless you're doing something where your inventory is like the Hydroneer style inventory, where it wouldn't work for pretty straightforward reasons. But most survival crafters, like, come on, man. Just give me the, hey, if I've already set up a box for this thing, like, just anything that's already got a stack in it, just put it in there. Or, like, let me flag a box that this is the food box, and if I just hit, you know, like, auto stack, it all goes in the food box. That's fine, I guess it doesn't mark that. Also craft from nearby storage? Absolutely. Like, I get why a lot of those things weren't in games for the longest time. But, like, once people kind of figured out those, like, quality of life things, like, man, that just needs to be the default. Like, it's fine when it's early access or whatever, and they're like, yeah, this is on the radar, but once the game's been out for a while, it's like, man, you need to allow me to craft from storage and auto stack stuff and auto sort and all these, like, kind of basic functionality things. I know some people are like, but it makes a baby game for baby. It's like, look, man, I don't have to sit here for like 20 minutes sorting my junk after every single outing. I want to explore the map and craft and do this kind of stuff. I got better things to do. I wonder if people draw the line in quality of life. Should be deliberate and organized storage. Oh, that's the thing. It's subjective, so people draw the line in different places. That's, there's a meme that comes up a lot in, like, RimWorld and Project Zomboid and them, like, the, communities. And it's always the meme, like, what mod has you like this, and it's got, you know, like, on this side it says quality of life, and on that side it's got cheating, and there's, like, you know, the little bar, and it's, like, right on the line, and you have, I forget the dad's name from American Dad, but he's, like, staring at, like, you know, pointing at me, like, you gonna cross that line? But, there's a lot of mods that are like, okay, is it quality of life, or is it, like, really cheat? Stan, thank you. Is it cheating? And it's like, it's close, man. If we're being honest, it's real close. Okay, so I see down here is where we found the black coal. What I don't recall is how we got down there. There's probably a tunnel around here somewhere. I'm just going to do a quick little run around the immediate surrounding area. Ah, there it is. Okay, so calm day. It's definitely not that one. It's going to be deeper. No, I was mentioning the dad, not Roger. So what we actually want isn't the coal itself. What we want is typically under black coal, you can find fire clay. It's not a 100% thing, and it doesn't mean you're going to get a lot of it. But quite often you'll find it down there. Yeah, no, if I don't find it here, we'll start just dealing with flint. Because this is the only place I know offhand where it has a really good chance. Yeah, I know there's lead behind me as well. That said, while I'm down here, I'm going to grab all the coal I can. But it's not the actual priority. That'll be good, because I need bauxite as well. So this is not encouraging. Yeah, no, this is not promising. I'm still here, so I'm still gonna yoink it from the earth. Yeah, I'll quite often hit the corners. Not always, but usually hit the corners. Usually when I think I'm done, I'll go to each of the cardinal directions and just walk up and give the wall a whack and be like, okay. You know, do I detect any? Alright, so we're just pulling up all we can, because black coal is kind of pretty close to the same as charcoal on a lot of its stats. It's not exactly, but very close. Whereas brown coal doesn't get very hot. So it's mostly used for like warming up ingots for the for stuff like bronze. Whereas black coal can actually be used for more stuff. And I think I'm going to need a crate for black coal when we get back. How do you find all this stuff out? Does the game teach you? It teaches you a lot of it. If you look here, for example, the fact that, like, knowing that fire clay is below, if you look up fire clay, you can go right here, and it'll literally say where to find. Fire clay can be found naturally in areas of bauxite, sand, or gravel, in small patches at the surface, and underlying black and anthracite coal deposits in large patches. Underground. It can also be crafted by combining red or blue clay with powdered flint. So it is one of the things the game will quite often just straight up tell you. There's a few things that can be tricky where if you don't know the word you're looking for, searching for it can be very difficult. There's also a few things that it doesn't do a great job on helping you with. Like, recently, and I'd say like this, you know, a couple of updates ago, the steel making building, the only guide you had was what was in the written, like, in the handbook thing. But they did make it so you could right-click on the coffin thing you put in the middle, and it would, like, stencil out where you need to build. That was a later addition, because figuring that crap out without the stencil was awful. It basically meant you had to look up someone else that's taking, like, a picture or whatever. Yeah, so for, like, the things where the coal gets hot and all that, what I can show you here is if I click on the coal, it says this coal gets to 1200 degrees Celsius, but then meanwhile, if I say look at, like, lead, it'll tell me lead melts at 327. We're good. 1200 is bigger than 327. Meanwhile, we can go to magnetite. Well, that unfortunately, it's 1482 degrees Celsius. And yeah, which that gets into the bellows, let you kind of bring the temperature up a little bit more. So yeah, so it's like, it's pretty good, but not perfect. There's definitely places it could still use a little improvement. That was a weird offshoot. You can hammer lead without heating with coal? I was unaware of that. It makes sense. That was why lead was used so historically on, like, so many things. Because lead was very, very easy to work with, didn't require you to, like, make everything super hot. How big is this coal deposit? Okay. Yeah, no, that happens. Like, especially iron and, like, quartz and all that. Where you'll go down, it's like, I'm gonna grab as much as I can carry. And then you fill up your inventory and you're like, there's still so much more down there. And this is the only place I know where black coal is off the top of my head. So yeah. That is an unfortunate thing. Now when you get the fire clay deposit underneath it, sometimes it'll be like a giant fire clay deposit that like covers the entire area underneath it. I've had also where it'll be like one part of it, like off in the corner, will be covered. Sometimes it won't be like that much of it. That's part of the reason I am still clearing this whole thing, is just, well, all the evidence says to the contrary. I'm kind of just hoping when you get to one of the corners, it'll be just a spot of fire clay down there. But it ain't looking good. Coal deposits and iron deposits are legendary. There's one of the only reasons steel is marginally worth it. I mean, if I remember correctly, the steel durability is isn't it like four or so times higher than the iron? And then there's also, like, making armor and all of that out of it where, you know, you can't get an equivalent from just iron. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Italics, an absolutely fantastic content creator, I highly recommend doing some The Last Caretaker. Nice! I remember having a lot of fun with that. When I last played it, it's kind of, you know, in the, waiting for it to be farther along. Is this your first time playing The Last Caretaker, or is this, like, you circling back? If you got a raid and run, you know, the whole drill and all that. But for those who don't know, Talks, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Has done Vintage Story, Permadeath, and all that kind of stuff if you want to experience, you know, a feeling of loss and suffering and frustration and the stages of grief and all that, because that's what that sounds like to me. But definitely check it out, Talks. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, no, I need to circle back. And thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month that you used to hear, and that means a whole heck of a lot. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I did it very early on, and I very much enjoyed what they had. It was a little shy on content when it first dropped, but I know they've done a number of updates since I last played. It's been on my list to circle back to. But yeah, again, check out Attacks. Absolutely fantastic. And now Attacks has, you know, PTSD flashbacks. Yeah, no, that was, I remember, like, I didn't get to watch it because our streams overlap on time quite a bit, but I remember catching, like, some of the parts of the stream of just the permadeath and being like, man, I wouldn't. Um, I I wouldn't. I love my permadeath games, but I only got so much of a BS meter on things I can put up with. And the enemies just spawning on you randomly like they do in Vintage Story. Couldn't do it. I would lose my mind. Let's see, how long to beat claims content? To be 35 to 65 hours, depending on how much. Okay, because when I was playing it, it was like 18. Because, like, we had reached the end of what was available when I first played it. And that was, like, again, right when it dropped into early access. But now that's awesome. Good to hear. Because I want to say the early access is, like, right when you got into the big underground area for, like, restoring things. I'm trying to avoid being spoilery. Like, that area. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I will not be elaborating on that any farther. But, there's a big underground area. And that was the end. I think you just go the main story, then yeah. Oh, the anti-realism tag? Yeah, that's there as a meme. I have, what was it, the anti-realism tag, and the, oh, what was the anti-min-max? And for the record, the only reason I have those tags is we would have people who pop in and be like, Streamer, your bed, if you rotate it 90 degrees, would save you 1 tile of walking distance each time you went in. And it's like, man, if this game requires that level of optimization, I am out. I don't mind optimizing games and all that, but there's definitely a certain level of min-maxing that you're like, look, man, nobody's got the time to care about that. But yeah, so right now, where we're at in Vintage Stories, I am actively working on steel. We were really hoping to find some fire clay under this this black coal vein. Unfortunately, it looks like we have struck out. But at the same time, it is a black coal vein, and I'm here, so, you know, it's getting in my pocket. But yeah. No, it's a thing you can have with any game. You can optimize the fun out of games. Real easily, too. Not that there isn't optimization, especially games like Factorio that like really do cater themselves towards optimization, which can be very fun to figure out ways to optimize them more. Same with like Satisfactory, like that's kind of a key part of factory automation. Cool beans, do it. But then there's games like, you know, someone's playing something like The Sims or Animal Crossing or one of those kind of games, or Stardew Valley, and then you start like really sweaty try-hard min-maxing it. And very, very rapidly, you can be like, you know, I remember the game being fun. Where did that go? When did it stop being fun? Like, that's for new players for Stardew Valley or similar games. You kind of have to stop and be like, you cannot do everything at once. You'll feel like you really should be doing everything at once. And you'll be, like, on full sprint trying to get all the things done every day. You will make this game terrible for you if you keep up with that. Like, do what you can, like, you know, on your pacing. Like, go ahead and sweat up a little bit. But you can definitely make that game completely miserable beyond all belief if you're just trying to really go. Let's see, I'll say some of the Stardew Valley tryharding is really interesting because of the most of the point is testing the physical limits. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a fun there. Like, absolutely seeing what ways you can break a game. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely good times there to be had. There's a difference, though, between going, I think I can do this, and then trying it, and then kind of being like, no, I need to do this. You know, because otherwise I'm playing suboptimally. And you can just suck the joy out of everything. Yeah, when we get back to the, when we get back to home, I'm gonna have to make another pickaxe, and we're gonna have to, like, go through... we won't be quenching it all at once. You find the coal sprawl mechanic very satisfying. Just like how big it is, because like almost this whole thing that we've mined out this whole cave was just the coal. You know, and a couple of surrounding blocks here and there to get at that coal. Oh, when you put them on piles, and instead of making like just a pile of stone, it like makes a literal like black block, like one line at a time. Did you not ambush me, friend? Alright. Not that I care too much. No ore nearby. Trace amounts of coal nearby. Trace amounts of both coal and all that. And over here as well. No ore nearby. So most likely, with how this has been patterned, yeah, I was gonna say it'll be just above. I'm honestly surprised it only marked as trace and not small. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? Let's go ahead and check again. This has another, like, 4 nodes. Okay, so no more coal. We do have lead nearby, but I'm not super fussed by the lead. And that one had no ore nearby, and then this one did have ore nearby. Even though I very much doubt it's where this bauxite is, I do actually need bauxite powder. So I'm gonna go and grab it while I'm here. Not a bunch of it, just like this column in the middle of the room. Bop it, twist it, box it, pass it. I see what you did there. It's only a ton, just a couple stacks of box that'll keep us going for a while. Alright. Considering we're at calm, and we're not particularly unstable, we're getting a lot of things causing us grief. There we go, that's probably the trace we were detecting. Okay. Alright, so now we only have lead. Alright, and while I expect to find absolutely nothing, I am dreaming that if we dig down right smack in the middle, maybe the game will show us mercy. Please. Please give me fire clay, because usually it's right against the bottom. Nope. This is a big old noperino right here. Nopety, nopety, nope. Alright. I'll survey, see if there's anything here. Nope. Fire clay will not show up in the survey, by the way. Right. Oh, we should also probably go here. Because the black coal is gone. And unfortunately, that's the only black coal we knew where was, like, right off the top of our hand. And that had been our big hope for some fire clay. I do have a lot of flint, so we can calcify the flint. I was hoping to avoid that because it's very laborious, but I don't have another known easy supply for our stuff, so... And also looking at the map, we didn't find any place that was, like, particularly marked high for coal either. It's also a little tough, because we do have a box at Desert that we did find fire clay in. We scooped up what we had found. And there is a chance we could find more there. But right now, it's at a high elevation. It's all covered in snow. And trying to find that with it covered in snow is going to be horrendous. Is it warm underground? Yes. Like in real life, the ground has a temperature it tends to hold. That once you go over a very short distance underground, it takes a lot for the temperature to change meaningfully. I am deliberately going a bit wide here. So we might have opportunities to find new stuff, survey spots, all that. Just had a surface dweller drop green gear. Oh, you mean like a shirt? Because usually if they drop something, it'll be all, like, destroyed. It can still be worth taking because you can repair it and get something that's a different aesthetic than what you can make. Oh, a temporal gear. Yeah, I want those. If you could just pass that over to me, I'd appreciate it. Has a lot of uses. Temporal gear is what you can do to set your respawn point. We have the teleporters I found. I need 3 of those per teleporter. Hit jump the chords. No problem, they're right there on the screen. 322, 116 by negative about 3,000. That's fine. At this stage, if I did miss some copper nuggets, I'm not super worried about it. I've got at least 8 or 9 different nodes I've already located of copper. I made this mistake. I went into this exact same cave, not last time, but recently. How do you get those? I think it's a setting when you start the game, which you can change a bunch of your settings after you start. I just don't remember how to do it. But yeah, whether your map shows as like an old-timey map or has the right colors, or if the map's available at all, mini-map, coordinates, all those are game settings on the world. Control V, good to know. Okay, so we don't have a pin around here. Oh, wait. You don't have a pin around here anywhere, so let's go ahead and just put a pin. Oh, okay. It'll take you a little bit. Yeah, minus 3,000 by 0. Yup. You'll expect tea when you arrive? I can make stew. All right. I'm just trying to keep putting down the survey pins. And then the reason I'm doing that is just, you never know when you're going to find like a pocket of good ore somewhere. Or bad situation. You did find caps? So it's funny, you can actually make teas of different types that aren't actually tea leaves. Like, you know, someone's saying they want a proper tea, obviously they mean tea leaves. But there's definitely a number of things like, when you make green tea, you quite often make it with mint. So you kind of treat it the same way you would tea, like tea leaves, but you're doing mint instead. Not always, it depends on the type of green tea. So technically, yeah, matcha. Like, technically you could have, like, cabbage tea. It'd probably be utterly revolting, but you know. Well, look, I'm not prepared for you to offer me a gear. I'll trade you a piece of string. As I used to run a tea shop, there's technically a word for tea with made without tea. It's insane, but you barely ever use that word. Yeah, no, it's one of those things like, I'm sure like by technical definition, it'd be like, well, actually, it's not tea, it's insane. Which this is not me picking on you, but you'd have people be like, you can't call that tea, it's not tea. Meanwhile, the entire rest of the world's like, okay, don't care, could you pass me the tea? And it happens with so many things. But yeah, that's cool. Green tea always has tea leaves. Pushes glass up, pinky extended. Exactly. Herbal tea, yeah. No, that happens with so many things. It's like, oh no, it's a word that exists, but even anyone with tea hardly uses it. Yeah. It's like, look, man, what are you doing? I'm steeping a bunch of leaves in water. And then I'm going to drink it. E. So, does that mean, like, if you have some type of veggie soup, that's tea? I feel like that should qualify as tea. Which means it's also a potion and it's also a soup. Probably a sandwich as well. As long as there's bread. Put some croutons or something in there. Meanwhile, like 30 people all getting upset at the same time. Let's see, chamoy tea is a tisane, but we all call it tea, so it doesn't matter. So is taco tea, as long as it's been seeped. So, like, if it's greasy enough, or if it's, like, a wet taco, like you do, like, a wet burrito with, like, the queso all over it, then we can consider it tea and soup. Well, I guess, alright, take that back. For it to be soup, it has to be in a bowl. So if you serve the taco wet with queso in a bowl, then it's soup. If you don't have it wet with the like queso, then it's a salad. Yeah, it would be a stew as well. Like, all stews are soup, but not all soup are stews. Taco salad and tortilla bowl? Yeah, that's when you decide to make the bowl the part you eat as well. I thought I was about to yeet myself off a cliff. My favorite one is not, so for the record, like, half of these things where they have, like, all these weird distinctions. So much of it around is, like, handling, like, taxes and these kind of things. So, like, the whole is a hot dog a sandwich and all that, it's about taxes. But I do love, like, the taking it, you know, into all that. But, there's so much fun you can have, like, with weird classification kind of things. The one that really gets me is, like, with, culinary classification as opposed to botany classifications. Because you have stuff like corn. Well, with botany, it's got one distinct category that corn lives in. But with culinary, corn can be a starch, it could be a fruit, it could be a vegetable, it could be a grain. There's something else. I think it could be a seasoning as well. It was one of those things you look at, it could be like 8 or 9 different things culinarily, all depending on how you use it. And you're like, corn, get back in your lane, man. You're not allowed to be everything, corn. The variety of crops that are technically fruit is amazing too. Yeah. I do love all, like, the weird ones that get, you know, into all sorts of strange places, like, you know, cashews, where it's a little thing that hangs off the bottom of a pear is the thing you eat, which is technically a fruit, even though it grows off of a fruit. Like, calling it a nut is kind of not right, but kind of whatever. I've mentioned this before on stream whenever that comes up. I want to go, in South Florida they actually grow cashews in some places, and I want to eat the actual fruit, because I've heard it's supposed to be pretty good, but it is nearly impossible to ship. Because, for those who don't know, like, cashew, it's got like a pear, and then the thing you eat as the cashew nut is just this little thing sticking out of the bottom. And it's like one of those, you know, per pear. Yeah, the cashews are technically seeds. Right. But it's one of those, I thought it was the cashew on the bottom, it's technically the seed, but it's like one of those seeds that has kind of a envelope to it, which is where you can make the argument it's a fruit. Either way, it's whatever. But that pear part, it's supposed to have the issues of like once it's come off the tree, within 24 hours it starts fermenting, so it's got like no shelf life to speak of. And it's also apparently a very, very thin skin on it, so like it gets beat up super easy. And I don't even know if it's any good, but like because I was like, well, I want to try one. I'm not gonna pay someone to ship it, like, you know, someone personally carry, like, jump in a jet plane and dash it over as carefully as possible because it's impossible to ship. But, you know, me and Toom have talked about, we live in Florida, you know, driving down there to like go to the Keys sometime because she's never been, and then trying to time it for when like the fruit is in season, because I do understand if you go to a bunch of the farms and the fruit is in season, quite often they'll actually do you'll be able to try and all that. Cashew pears, not that I'm aware of. I could see them using it as like mulch slash something like that. Just chuck it into a compost, heap it up, get the nutrients back up, because you can't use it for anything. It just rots too fast. But I could certainly see you just kind of, or animal feed. I could see. Well, I mean, if it ferments too fast, you might have another problem there with a bunch of, you know, cows or whatever getting drunk off the stuff. It's poisoning? I was told it's supposed to be delicious kind of thing. If ferments, you could probably make alcohol out of it. Yeah. It's just, even for the purpose of making alcohol out of it kind of thing, is you gotta be ready to motor. Gotcha. So it's probably one of those ones that, so the shell. Okay, so it seems like you'd have to skin it, and you'd have to do all that, then you'd be able to eat it. There's actually a handful of fruits that, like, parts of it are very bad for you. Like, Grant, I remember the whole thing about how apples naturally contain arsenic. It's just super duper trace amounts that you'd have to, like, just eat apple pit, you know, one after the other to get anywhere concerning. There's a lot of fruit that actually does naturally contain arsenic. It's just in such trace amounts it's not relevant, or in parts you wouldn't eat anyways, regardless of considerations or whatever. Oh, you might be right. It might have been cyanide. Either way, it's bad for you. Yeah, I can't remember if it was arsenic or cyanide. Either way, it was bad. It was, you don't want it, but again, it was such trace amounts that, like, oh yeah, well, it contains this, but it also kind of doesn't matter. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was the seeds or the, or what part of it. But it was something to do with, like, the core of the seeds of the apple or something had it in it. But then, like, again, it was trace amounts that, like, sure, if you just blitzed eating apple cores, you could probably do bad things. But let's face it, who the heck is gonna blitz eat a bunch of apple cores? Cherry pits also contain something that your body converts into cyanide. But even if you swallowed them, you'd pass through without releasing much toxins. Yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing with the apples. That's like, on paper, you look, it's like, oh, that's bad. But then you look at it and you're like looking at the quantities involved and what you'd have to do to accomplish that, and then you stop caring. Alright, so got all the boxed in there. Alright, so let's grab one of these boxes over here we're not using yet. It just got a whole lot of black coal. We need to eat something. You have to, like, grind up cherry pits. Yeah, no, it's exactly the same thing. It's also surprising at times. There's stuff like that where it's like, oh, it contains this dangerous thing. Be careful. But then, you know, you look at what it would take to actually put yourself in trouble, and you're like, oh, yeah, no one's gonna do that. That's absurd. Like, how's Project Summit? It was fun. The mod was cool. It was just, it's kind of, I don't want to say it was a one-trick pony. The mod did what it would, you know, put out there, but I feel like Product Zomboid isn't as well suited for that particular type of challenge, with like the crafting bars and all that. So I enjoyed what I did. It just kind of, you know, it got to the point where it's getting a little bit on the just watching crafting bars load, and then I was like, you know what? Happy with what we did in the mod. Moving on to something else. Oh right, I need. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, why are you not going in there? I know I have a box to use somewhere. Apparently I have an empty box there. Oh, stop whining. I have one too many pieces to figure. Oh, that's right. We still have some black coal in here. Back to freezing death every day. For some people, every day they're hustling. For us, every day we're hypothermic. Not as catchy of a song, though. We really do need to workshop it more. Inventory. Let's take the borax out of there, shove you in there. Borax can go over here now. Okay, so I do not have a spare pickaxe or a hammer. So we're probably going to need to do a little bit of blacksmithy, which is also good because we're freezing our little tootsies off. So let's go ahead and deal with that. Oh, right, I never did make the... Alright, 1 second. Because I need to... I don't need to. I'm going to get a bunch more iron blooms going. I need space. Oh, that's Galena. We don't want the Galena there. Alright. Clearing up some inventory space by getting more iron just chucked in here. Alright. So I did hear people say that, that you can add other ores to the bloomery and actually have it give you, it's all magnetite. Have it give you straight up ingots. And so the idea is, like, sure, it'll save you a lot of charcoal, but then also at the same time, you're burning fire clay. Okay. Did you stash any contaminated coal? I don't believe so. Give that a minute. Let's see, procedural dungeon you found. You assume that all did, but maybe not. I think I did see some in the dungeon. It was just the problem of, I didn't have the inventory space at the time, so it just didn't happen. Let's see, it's the most trash ever thing. Great at heating up flint. Alright. Got more bricks. A light temporal storm is approaching. Wait, did that say approaching or imminent? Oh, we didn't get the approaching warning? It just went straight to imminent? Well, just be a troll, why don't you? So drop you off. So let's see here. I don't know if we'll be able to do any of this fast enough. Grab a stack of flour. Grab a stack of you. Stack of you. We have missed the boat. Never mind. I'm going to take a little bit of a chance on this one. Because I would like some gears. There's all the nightmare fuel down below. It's time to go. Really time to go? If we get armor, this won't be nearly as bad. But we don't have that armor thing. Oh, wrong box. They can spawn inside your house during stuff like temporal storms. Meanwhile, there's our friend outside, skulking about in the nightmare afterworld. No, nightmare area. Yeah, normally I have more warning around this, and I could prep and get like firewood and all that ready so I can work on stuff, but unfortunately that one, maybe I missed the message that it was on its way. But yeah, I know it just showed up. But yeah, so the problem with this as well is you won't just get like the normal enemies that show up at the surface, you can get way more dangerous ones. I think I got the second or third most dangerous one you can have. I believe the two-headed is the worst. And I think it was Corrupted might be second, and then Tainted after that. And so he fought a Tainted and a Corrupted, but one out there hit me for almost half my life. Nightmare's the worst? Yeah, whichever one's the worst and all that. Like, you can get some really nasty ones that show up here. It's one of the problems with it. One of the other problems is the scaling with armor means most of them can one-tap you if you're not armored. You're planning on making Red Rocket truck stop right down the street from Sanctuary in the military outpost using SimSellers 2 Chapter 3 mod? Alright, I hope you have fun with that. Yep, so normally, I was like, I need to make pie, and I was going to start making pie during this, which is why I tried to run and grab the spelt. But I needed to grab the flour and turn the flour into, you need to take the flour, turn that into dough, and then use the dough to make the pies, to do all that stuff. Let's see, Corrupt Nightmare to it. Gotcha. But yeah, so we got whacked for most of our health. That's the reason we're just chilling in here waiting for this event to go away. Now what I could do... got leatherworking stuff that's been sitting here not getting done. Okay, so we've got you. That's scraped. You're prepared. And you're prepared. Okay. Would you be over already? Because I need to get... You have to get more lime water. We do need to make more weak tannin. As I've been using all the uninhabited settlements and military outposts with the exception of Murkwater. Okay. I'm glad you're having fun with it. I just don't know about any of these mods you're talking about, so I don't... Why are you twisting in weird ways? There you go. Up product Zomboigo, you're just tuning in. You assume we're doing Visual Story. Visual Story, it was short, not great or similar. It was short. Like, it wasn't like there's anything wrong with it. The mod was kind of a cool gimmick for interest's sake. But with Product Zomboid, with all like your crafting bars and all those kind of things, it didn't really work nearly as well for the Skyblock. Also, before I forget, I do want to thank everyone for like doing the hype train and all that. I completely forgot to thank you all after that for the 2 sub gifts and all that kind of stuff. You can place the pan squared. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm gonna move it in here. I really should. It's been on my list to do, but I need to expand this space to really accommodate it. Like all this leatherworking stuff isn't meant to be in here. Alright. So back to what I was going to do before I got so rudely interrupted with all that. What's outside the door? It was an enemy. We were doing the middle of a temporal storm, which makes a whole bunch of enemies spawn. That's the reason I'm almost dead, is I went out to fight him and we had a pretty high level one spawn, so he got a whack at me and almost killed me, so then we ran inside and waited it out. Pretty soon we'll have to take a quick pause from the pushing and all that to deal with the getting some pies stocked up. I had a bunch of leather. Yeah, no, straight that's cool and all, but I genuinely don't know anything about those mods or anything. So like I have no context or anything. I'm glad you're having fun with it and everything, it's just for me you might as well be speaking another language. That one's not lit. You assuming they don't have a way to cool down coals when smithing? Just lose whatever. Yeah, you lose whatever. No. I made the comment it might as well be another language. And that came right after it, so... I'm assuming it was a pun that was just gibberish. Alright. I forgot the whole reason I was doing this was for firing up our refractory bricks. Let's do that first. Or a town name in Iceland. What, Reykjavik's easy to say. Yeah, no, there's definitely a handful of languages that, like, very genuinely it is a struggle for me. That I do try my best with a bunch of that, but like Germanic names I could usually handle relatively well. You know, English is completely unpronounceable. Spanish, it's fine. But like when you get to like Scandinavian countries, it is tough for me. Like I'll try, but it's definitely those are languages that make it way trickier for me. But that's on me to resolve. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Is this maximum size? Yes. I do not expect to fully fill it. When we're about to run out of charcoal, I will take whatever's in here, square it off, and then we will light it up. This is usually how I handle the charcoal stuff. I just make a pit that can hit the maximum size and just whatever I fit in it, when I need it, that's where it goes. Yeah, so I don't tend to like fill it up in really big goes. But it is kind of one of those things. You fill up a pit like this once, you are set. The last run, nah, not those bricks. The last run I did, I got one not full, but pretty close to full. And yeah, we had that, and I just never had, like, I didn't even dig it all out. It was like I'd go in there when I needed some more, do a pass of like a couple of shovels worth. Okay, so we got the refractory bricks. We're getting there, little by little. Alright, so what I need to remember is the flint. If I remember correctly, it gets calcinated at 1,000 degrees. So charcoal goes to 1,300 degrees for 40 seconds. And all that black coal I got is 1,200 degrees for 84 seconds. So let's use the black coal. You chuck it in there, and obviously I'm not doing that whole stack. It's gonna take a while. We process all that and then we grind it up. Won't be too much longer until I need to use the charcoal. Right, I actually do need to use the charcoal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just give all of it. Wasn't planning on doing a bunch of rounds of blacksmithing, but I'm gonna heat this thing up anyways. Alright, so we got a lot of things I gotta make here. Like, a lot of things I gotta make here. We got our tongs. Alright. Because I got an iron door to make. I've got replacing pickaxes and all that kind of make. Hammer to make. It's just going to be a bunch of work. I already have the hell hammerhead. Man, it takes you a while to get to temperature. And then we're gonna have to go over here and, once all that's said and done, I gotta make pie. Gonna make myself another big stack of pie. That said, we have now officially entered the new year. It is now January 1st. We celebrated our new year by hiding in our room, begging for the morning to come. As is tradition. It's a pickaxe. Okay. There's one pickaxe. And then this will be 2 pickaxe heads. Because our last pickaxe that we have as a spare is half gone. So we want to make sure I got a spare ready to rock and roll. Okay, we got that one. Okay, and for this one, we want an iron hammer. We want our hammer breaks. Okay, warm it back up. Can't tell if it's even getting to heat or not. We need an iron rod. Okay, get the next batch on here. Okay, so you're still getting the temperature. Alright. Now I believe I need 2 iron rods and 5 iron plates. And that'll be our iron door for our steel production. And now we've got the charcoal cooking. I've got the box and the quartz already being ground up. We've got another set of refractory bricks already going to. Okay. And then once the iron tools cool down that I got over there, we want to hit them up with some fire clay and temper or quench them and then temper them. So we can hopefully get 2 rounds of quenching before I really need to use them. Okay. We're going to be using an alarming amount of iron today. This is one of the reasons why having those giant magnetite nodes is at least some saving grace. Because so many things like making plate armor is just a vampire of all that. That'll just absolutely consume iron. The good news is a lot of it, though, once you built it once, the maintenance on the stuff that does have durability drop is not too bad. And how are you doing? Are you even hitting temperature? Like, what is happening here? Because that's 1200. That should get to 1000. Unless they changed it where to calcify that, because I can't put it on the forge. I mean, I could put in a bloomery, I would assume. Flint takes forever to bake. Is it because you have full stack there? That's probably the thing. I thought with those ones, usually it would go as like one at a time. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's fine. It could just keep cooking behind me while I'm doing this. It's just black coal. I'm not too fussed about it. It's got a crazy high thermal capacity per unit. Just like that, an entire iron node is just vanishing. To be fair, it's been a number of pickaxes and hammers and shovels and axes and all that. But yeah, the fact that the door takes you 12 iron ingots to make is pretty rough. Okay, you're almost at temperature. So the limit you can do is about 24 flint with 6 coal and a bloomery, and that takes forever. Can only imagine how long it would take for a stack in the Crucible takes forever. I mean, it's getting there. It's up to like 800 degrees, and it's 1,000 something that it takes off. But I mean, I'm down just let it burn while I do all my other blacksmithing. We might have to do a run and grab a bunch of clay, but that's not that big a deal. I've got tons and tons and tons of clay marked all over the place. Okay, and this one's going to be another rod. And I got 1 spare iron ingot I can use for something else that's already heated. But this should be everything I need for the door. Let's see. I have a spare of those. Oh, where is the scythe head? I know our scythe is getting pretty worn. That way when it breaks, we'll use an iron one instead. That should last us a pretty long time. Alright, how cool are you? They're all basically room temperature, that's great. I appear to be completely out of fire clay entirely. That was not part of the plan. That means I can't quench them and get what I need out of them. Let's double check, see if I do have... No. I have tons of regular clay. But completely out of fire clay for the moment. That takes so long to heat up. In the meantime... let's chuck you in here for right now. You keep working on your thing. Ow. We could take the charcoal and drop that away. So slowly climbing. Alright, we're definitely not doing another stack immediately. Because when I put the new stack on, it'll reset the temperature, so... you make fire clay with it. So let's make the dough while we wait. Excuse me. No trespassing. We can go over here, grab a stack of spelt, grab another stack of spelt, grab a stack of carrots, turnips, that'll do as well. I'm pretty sure I'm just about out of the onions. Nope, got plenty. Oh, if it reset per individual one, you just wouldn't play the game. You just uninstall at that point and be like, nope. Nope, my time's worth more than this. I grabbed the grain, not the flour. Helps if you grab the right thing. So close. Okay, we're just trying to quickly get a bunch of dough ready. Then I'm going to make an obnoxious amount of pie. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you can run back over here. Chuck you in there for later. First one. Alright, that is going to take a while. That's fine. So meanwhile, get our bar set up. Wipey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Handsome.
Can't stay what I'm not.
I didn't say handsome. I said handsome.
I don't know about that. You ask too much. Love. Okay. Actually, be a little easier if I just shift this all over like this. So what I can do is go boom, 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 clear. And unfortunately, you have to do it in the same order they don't stack. We really want them to stack. Okay, and this should be, honestly, enough pie to maybe get us through the end of the winter. If not the end of the winter, at least well into, like, February. Alright, and the next 2 stacks of dough. And you can change the texture on the top of this by just clicking on it another time. But a problem is every time you change it, they're not the same texture. They also don't stack. And so it just ends up being a thing by practice. You kind of don't want to mess with that. Another thing you can do is if you wanted to make these a little bit lazier, is I could just go in there, grab all the carrots, and just shove all the carrots and just make nothing but carrot pie, and then make a bunch of nothing but turnip pie later. I don't know. Even though it doesn't benefit in any meaningful way to, like, mix the flavors up that much. We knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Alright, so we goofed on one pie. So this pie will not stack with the others. My scroll wheel did not take, which caused me to put the onions in twice. Which means I also have one more pie at the end that won't match up because we used up some of the onion that's supposed to be in there. And then here's the other pie that's going to be different. Alright. So with that, let's go check on this junk over here. You stop creeping out there, man? It's weird. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I can grab that out. Eat the last of our pie we already had cooked. Which I do actually have 2 burned pies. That's all fine. We'll start with the 2 pies that are odd ones out. What happens is we'll get to like about 300 degrees or so, and then we can chuck the pies in. I do know one of the more popular mods of the game is to basically have like a really big fancy oven where you can do multiple pies at the same time. Okay, those are going. Can you eat it uncooked? I actually don't remember. Yes. But it only stays good for 2 days. Versus, like, the mildly burnt ones are like 9 days, and then these ones will be like 5 or 6 days. Oh, I need to go here. Yeah, you have to manually take it out. You're coming along. Are you not going? So definitely got to keep an eye on these. It is one of the things. So this is the reason why when the storm was going on, I was trying to rush to grab the flour and all that to make the dough, because if I had caught it when the storm was going on while I was stuck hiding from the enemies in my house anyways, I could have just been churning through the pies. And to be clear, we have made a very large number of pies at the same time. You probably wouldn't want to make this many at once. Okay, you're going along just fine. And I have to grind those up after that. Okay. You disagree, full pie head? Well, it's every once in a while you go and do a round of pies. And the reason you do stuff like pies, you can also instead do like stew and all that. But the pies store really well. You can bring them with you. You don't need to worry about like bowls and all that kind of stuff. They allow for a very wide range of ingredients that make them a lot easier to deal with. The pies are very, very popular for a good reason. That's something I can work on in the meantime. The good news is if you burn the pies, they lose a little bit of their nutrition value. But what they gain instead is they last way longer. Any difference between an open and closed pie in the game, like if you do the different textures, it makes no difference. May I ask which skyblock mod you were using? Sure. It was, I'm blanking on the name of it. There was only like 2 of them, and it was like, was it Grimsum? Yeah, that's the one. Brolo. It's Brolo was the one I was using. What I'm doing right now is I'm filling up this barrel that ran out of water. And then I need to get a bunch of lime in there for leatherworking reasons. I didn't run any other mods with it. I don't think it needs any others. Obviously, you can certainly make your choices. The mod does warn you to, be careful about mixing mods with it. Because it's an overhaul mod and changes so much, you have a much higher risk of having like random bugs and all that. Yeah, no, I had fun with it. there is definitely things it doesn't do as well as like Minecraft Skyblock. And the big things I went around that is like, because Project Zomboid, everything has like a crafting timer and all that. That is something that you have to be aware of. Does make it a lot slower, so I can't just like walk up to the edge of a ledge and, you know, place a block and then place a block and all that. You have to walk up, your character has to craft for a minute, and then you go there and you walk up, and the character has to craft for a minute, and you walk up, the character has to craft for a minute, and all that. And like Minecraft, the amount of inventory you can carry is substantially larger than Project Zomboid. So you're also basically perpetually overburdened dealing with it as well. So like, it's interesting, but it definitely feels like one of those ones that I wouldn't want to sit there and just grind it out kind of deal. Yeah, it's still worth trying. Like, I don't think it was, like, bad or anything. But, I do feel like it will be a bit more tedious than, Minecraft Skyblock. Terraria Skyblock, or whatever they called theirs equivalent. That one was interesting because I feel like they did a much better job of, like, you would work your way into new areas and you'd have like entirely different, you know, encounters you'd run into because like the enemies would be different, and all that, which kind of enabled you to get more stuff. So it was kind of a fascinating one there. But at the same time, it was one where you just had to grind killing enemies. So it looked like your kind of game. Unlike the base Zomboid, which is like a game you would die very quickly. Well, yeah, to keep in mind with the Skyblock thing for Project Zomboid is you have to keep the torches up. I was not playing at a harder difficulty, and they spawn very aggressively if the torches are allowed to drop. And I'm used to playing at like absolute max population and everything, and even that was like, you'd see them show up and went, oh, this is a lot. So we have to pull these down because we have to heat these ovens back up. It's Skyblock pretty much anything. Yeah. Alright, how are you doing as I've been ignoring you for a while? Honestly, it's probably a mistake. Because then I can work on the fire clay while we're cooking pie. Oh, I have to grind it first. That's right. Alright, so one thing we're going to want to do is try and score ourselves another piece of resin. So I can put an angle to run both the pulverizer and the kern at the same time. That way I can, you know, not have to run back for... First, pick up that snow so I stop getting stuck on the way in there. So I'll be done with the limestone here in a second. Okay. But I'm hoping making that giant stack of stuff will help me make lots of fire clay. And where's my lime? I see. We'll deal with the lime water in a minute. We already dropped the art thing in there. Okay. Because it won't be too much longer until we're done with the pie nonsense. And I don't want to sit there and just churn the fire clay stuff at hand. We'll do a quick run over to where we previously found resin and see if we find any there. If we do, great. If not, that's fine too. Okay. Like 3 more rounds and then that's all done. Okay, I can go here. Alright, so we're getting real close to having this thing built. I probably have one more round, and unfortunately I don't have more fire clay ready to get my next round of bricks down. So we just need to run and grab resin once these pies are done. Get the kern running constantly. And just let spew the stuff all over the ground if it gets full. Okay. Alright, one more round of pies after that, and then we're good. Yeah, so we got a couple tiles here and a couple tiles in the back. We've already got our door and everything set. Alright. So it'll be one more round of the fire clay. Might be enough to get that done. Looks like a sauna. It is like a sauna. As long as your sauna is going to be full of iron that you're going to be superheating for an extended period of time. Alright. As soon as we pull these ones out, I got one more one more set. Yeah, the sauna for iron bars. Correct. Speaking of which... Oh, it won't let me put it in there until it's done. That's fine. Oh, that's the lead. That's not the iron. Still won't let me do it. That's fine. Okay. And then when this one's done, we can go ahead and yoink those and chuck them down to the cellar. And like I said, that'll probably be the last time I need to make pie for the winter. Maybe it doesn't quite cross the finish line, but we'll see. Alright. Okay, all the pie is done. Yep, so the pie is good for about 50 days, not quite. Could you imagine if you used lead by mistake? Yeah, luckily I doubt that would work. Like, I doubt it would do anything. Okay, so just run over here real fast. Just to check really quickly on the resin. We do still have the flint going. I did check. We'd only waste about 6 or so coal if I utterly missed it. But my expectation is with how long it takes, I'll probably be able to go over here, get it all grabbed and moved over before it's done, or about how long it takes to get done. And then from there, we can just check on it and get stuff going. But then it should be able to make a lot, and I mean a lot of, that's the resin. Don't worry about the rest later. Because with that, I should be able to go and make myself a new axle, or whatever, not axle, the 45-degree bend, off of the pulverizer for the kern. And then I believe at that point, it'll just start spitting, like it'll start spitting the stuff out as it's made. Hopefully we have the horsepower on the wind turbine, or on the windmill for it. Because if not... Oh, right. I was like, what are you? I'm surprised that is, that's covered in snow there. I would have figured the geothermal vent thing, because of how hot it is, would prevent snow from, you know, building up around it for a little while. All right. Yeah, you're still warming up. Alright, so for the 45-degree angle, I need the chisel, the saw, the hammer, the fat. Alright. Saw, chisel, hammer. A unit of the fat. I need a singular log. So let's double check what it was. So if the angled gear... Okay. So hammer, fat, this, chisel, saw, sticks, resin. Done and done. Okay. So let's hope this just works. It does? Barely. It does as long as your definition of work is really bad. I think I have an extra axle available. We can circumvent this problem for now. So I can... It keeps picking up in like little stutters and all that. Because we can do that where I don't need to watch it. I'm willing to be pretty tolerant. So, okay, that's too slow. So what I can do here is I can grab the axle, do this. Okay. Yeah, no, I've got it up there a little ways. And we're already pretty high up, but yeah. Alright, so let's see. So to make fire clay, I need clay and one in the middle. Near the top of the world, if the wind isn't blowing, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so don't act... Like, the good news is it doesn't really need to run that fast. Because it's already a half a stack with only, like, 4 of them. So really, I don't need much of that to get a full stack of the bricks. Once they start getting more of the large blades, which I can't do right now because of fabric. Yeah, so this will be another 16. But with a full stack, I should be able to run the pit kilns another time, and then while that's... Like, then I won't have to worry, because this can just take its sweet time running. Because it looks like I only need, you know, 6 or 8 units of this to get a full stack of fire clay. So it could just take all of its sweet time getting itself there. Okay, you're almost ready to start processing. Okay, so I need a couple more. Have these updated yet? Doesn't look like it. Eventually they'll update where it'll be like established or dead. And it'll be about 2 out of 3 will die. The odds of them being successful is actually pretty terrible. Yeah, it's all fine. Because we want to get this going as fast as we can. Because the big catch with the steel is it's just a slow process. Alright, so with that, grab a stack of you and you out of here. I forgot. Takes more. That's fine. In the meantime, what I could do is grab these bricks. How are we doing on grass? Bad. We got. Oh no, nope. I got that. That's fine. Okay, while that processes for a minute, because it's just going to be a minute. I'm kind of at a loss to what to work on. It's those things I really just need to wait for it to produce, like, I think it's 8 to make the amount I need. I need it to make 8. And I could detach it and run it manually, which is probably what I should be doing. But, you know. We can check in the bloomeries. Okay, the bloomeries are all done. I can also look at what it would take to build the Hellhammer. Okay. I have just enough for 4. Okay. So, let's see. Magnetite, magnetite. Magnetite, magnetite. So, bloomeries, when you make iron blooms in them, are destroyed as part of the process. Basically what happens is, it is like kind of a big clay thing that you seal up together with all the iron in it. And then when the iron's hardened together, you can't really get it out, so you have to break the bloomery to get the iron out. It's a very old way of making iron. And then when you get it out, you'll have like all the slag and all that covering it, which is what the iron blooms are. So if we look at this thing here, this is an iron bloom. I'm not gonna do it right now, but that's an iron bloom. That'll be shaped into an iron ingot, but it's just basically iron with a bunch of other crap on it. But in order to get it hot enough to process iron, it's just kind of the cost of doing business there. Okay, so I got all that shaped up around. So I need to put charcoal in there. I know I've been trying to put it off. It does seem like time that I am going to need to do the charcoal pit, because we're down to 19 charcoal, and that is not enough. What I'm gonna do here is I got a bunch of we got a bunch of crappy shovels. I'm gonna take my good shovel off and get all the crappy shovels we kept looting. Grab a bunch of dirt, and I'm just gonna pack in a bunch of stuff on top of my charcoal. Gonna kind of just square it up and get it burning. It takes a whole day to go, so we need to make sure it's going right. So grab you, drop you off. That's right. Wait. What was the last tool over here? Axe. Then pop on down here. I didn't mean to fall in the hole, but that's where we're at now. Okay, so it looks like I had already finished up that. I was working on the next row. Or not. Okay. Because what I need to do is I need to cover up the firewood. Otherwise, instead of getting charcoal, I will get nothing. I'm grabbing a bunch of this so I can pack it. And then, like I said, I'm going to have to kind of square it off. Just start taking some of the wood from the outside edge and bringing it in. Until I get a vaguely rectangle, like a vaguely square shape. And whatever odd ones out will just be set aside. Okay. Yeah, I've been slowly digging this whole area up. Little by little. Exposing just stone. Alright. There goes the first crappy shovel. And there's only 2 of them. Yeah, so by the time I get the charcoal set off, we'll have more than enough of the flint processed and ready to get a bunch of fire clay bricks set up. And once I get the next round of fire clay bricks going, I need to find a good way to get temporal gears. The only one I know of is to basically fight the drifters, like find a place to get them to spawn and just keep fighting them. Every once in a while they'll drop them. It's a pretty terrible drop rate nonetheless. But we do have 2 places to teleport, and the reason I care about that is if we're lucky, one of them will take me someplace that has peridotite. And peridotite can have olivine in it, and if we get olivine, I can make better refractory bricks. Because what's going to happen is every time I make steel, some number of my blocks will get destroyed and have to be replaced. And the higher grade you make it, the less of them will get destroyed. Like, it's a % chance per block. But the significantly by a magnitude lower % chance of them being destroyed. Which does mean, you know, if they get destroyed, that means more fire clay, more everything. So I definitely want to avoid that if possible. Okay. Because every other time I've done this, I've gotten this way more full than we have this now, but it's fine. Yeah, all we're trying to do right now is just square this off as best I can. So keep grabbing from the outside. And then kind of putting on the top here. Until it's at least within a couple blocks of you know, square, rectangle, whatever. And then we'll just grab, like, the odd stacks out or whatever. Okay. That it is. It's actually interesting. All the times I've done this in the past, I've definitely had this way fuller before I had to resort to tapping into the, you know, super charcoal pit or whatever. But it should still be enough to keep me full of charcoal for a long while. I could probably do here. Instead, keep doing what I'm doing here. I should have spare axes and redwood. And the reason that's relevant is I'm at the stage I could take this row on the front and remove it. But I'm guaranteeing myself that'll be something we need. Are you charcoal maxing? Not really. I always make my charcoal room after the early game the maximum size. And just every time I need wood, I just chuck a little bit more in there. And usually I get farther along, but in this particular case, I haven't been, you know, making that happen nearly as long. So as such, I'm hitting it way earlier than I normally would, but that's fine. Oh, that's the pie. Cool, let's see if that's enough to square it off where I don't have to do anything fancy. Yeah, so at the point my charcoal is low, so I do need to just make charcoal happen. Okay, so we need 3 more stacks. Alright. So we go ahead and get that going. And with that, we've already got the fire clay going, all that. And that'll be good. So we're almost to the point of actually properly having the steel. Pretty much what I'm waiting on is I need to do one more round of firing the fire clay bricks, the refractory ones. And I believe that'll be enough to finish the refractory itself. Okay, we got all the redwood. Be more than enough for our purposes. Oh, that's the wrong block. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, that is all we need to finish this thing. Then we go here. So we need to make it airtight. Alright, let's see. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wide. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So around there is close enough to center. Okay. Alright, so what I need to do now... grab 1 unit of grass. And we shove that down there. Put some firewood on it. It is now marked as a charcoal pit. Light it up. And we double check everything. It is all sealed. And with that, that should be a copious amount of charcoal. And if I goofed, then it will be nothing, and I'll be sad. That's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab all you. We can take this birch tree and just shove it in the ground over there instead. And we can drop off the rest of the redwood. We've got some pies we can cut up. They can stack them. These are the two pies that were slightly different from all the others. Put our stone axes we use for splitting logs back in the wall. I can run over to you. Cool. That's doing good. What about over here? That's doing well. So right now I'll chuck that in there. Let's go make ourselves an unreasonable amount of fire clay. Okay, so 4.5 stacks. So that'll be fine. We can go over here. Grab you, do this, boom. We got our bricks. Cool. The rest of the bricks can be chucked in there, so we got room to cook them. We can drop all you in there. This does mean it's time to do this as well. Before any of these have a chance to break. Alright, I don't want to do like a full round here, so let's try that. Which would be half the time. So what we want to do with each of these is quench them, then temper them, then leave them on the floor and we come back later. Because we want to do 2 rounds of quenching them. Alright. And if I was smart, I would have started the fire clay first, but now I'm awkwardly in between. It's fine. Because I think... Yes, we want to get to 900 degrees. We're way past overdue to have one of these shattered. We have definitely gotten pretty lucky. And while that warms up, we can run over here. I don't remember why I'm running over here. Oh, right. We're grabbing the grass and the sticks. Okay, check on this. Don't dunk it. Just goes on the floor. Let that start warming up. Yeah, you're still getting your temperature up. Okay, let's check to see. You should probably be getting there. Okay, this one we want to get to 900. And do the exact same thing. Get it up to temperature. Do the quenching. Place it on there. Go out there, light up those fires. And by the time that's done, I'll be pretty close to 600. Okay. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is the last round of bricks I need to finish our steel production. It is possible I might need like one more pit or whatever. If it is, it is. That's fine. And right about to hit 600. Okay. And on the floor in the corner. Now we go back up to 900. Do it again. And we're doing this because we're down to our last pickaxe and it's getting worn out. And if you quench it, you can increase its durability by just shy of 40%. So it's almost like getting half an extra pickaxe out of it. There is a chance of it shattering as part of the process, but even though it says it's 5% for the first go and 8% for the second attempt, I've not shattered a single one yet. So, like, if we shatter one here, no shocker at all. We are way past overdue. Oh wait, you're not done. Dreamer luck? Yeah, I mean, it's always one of those things. There's definitely times we can go either way. Can you remelt a shattered tool? No, when the tool shatters, it's done, it's gone, you lose it all. Because the idea is you're not just doing the metal, you've done all sorts of additional processes to the metal, you've quenched it, you've tempered it, you've done a whole bunch. It's no longer just regular iron. One second. Yeah, so it's same temperatures. I'm dubious about this quenching and tempering being something that would work in real life, where like half of your thing is just sitting outside of here. Sure, the temperature would carry through the tool and all that a little bit, because it is metal, it is highly conductive. But at the same time, that's a pretty long blade on there with a whole lot of heft sticking outside of there. I mean, heck, honestly, with that weight distribution, I've almost expected that thing to like flip out at you. You'd want to make sure you have a lot of weight on the tip in there so it doesn't just come sailing out, slinging hot coal at you. Or at least sliding out and falling on the floor. But yeah, no, to give you an idea with this run, we had really good luck with our copper and our iron. Borax was a pain. It took us multiple streams to get our borax sorted. But it's just kind of how these games go. You'll have, you know, you'll play one round, you'll be like, oh man, I immediately found some, like, rare resource. This is fantastic. And then you'll have some other resource that, you know, you had trivial time the last time will be the bane of you. Yeah, it's only got an hour left. That's not too much wasted. Alright, so all of you are going. Alright, so what are we working on now? We're on January 3rd. Material-wise, we should be good. We got a bunch of iron recently. We got a bunch of coal recently. Let's do an inventory. That's what we could do. Let's do an inventory real fast. So I've got 4 more stacks of iron, plus the meteoric iron, a bunch of our blooms. I already have an iron anvil right there. We've got bismuthite, we've got silver. I got the tiniest fraction of gold. We got tiny bit. Oh no, I got a couple stacks of tin. The charcoal's going. We got plenty of lead. So the 2 things I could potentially work on is, one, we could deliberately go down deep. You line your lantern already? I have not. I totally forgot that was a thing. Because it was... the large lantern, I believe... Yeah, trying to remember. Oh, it says on the bottom. Add reflecting lining. You can add a gold, silver, electrum lining to your lantern by placing it on the ground, and then right-click with a gold, silver, or electrum plate. This will slightly increase its radius. Right, and I don't have enough to do that with that, but I could certainly make a stack of silver ingots. That'd definitely be a doable thing, so I could take you, chuck you there. What temperature do you melt? 900 degrees, so we don't need to break into our charcoal. So with this, I'll go ahead and make... oh no, it'd be 80 is what we're looking for. 80 should be the amount for 4 ingots. As we'll get that going, I got all my ingot spots here. Well, you're already almost cooled down again. Huh. Well, pretty soon... actually, no, they're not. I have to wait for those to be properly cooled down entirely for them to temper. But that's okay, because we can pour the silver ingots and just let that get chucked down there. And then we can run off and do whatever, and then come back and just make a silver plate and improve our lantern. What was Electrum made out of? Oh, it was silver and gold. Alright, 1 second. What were the ratios? So silver and gold, so Electrum bits, it's 40-60. Oh yeah, the music's excellent in this game. Alright, so I don't have enough native gold to make... it's fine. I've got plenty of silver, we can cook that in there. But yeah, no, the game's got excellent music to it. Yeah, so you potentially go out of our way to search for gold to get Electrum, because I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly with the Electrum sheets... I was trying to remember, I want to say, didn't they give different amounts of like, light range? And that the Electrum was the highest? Not that you recall? Okay, so then Electrum was probably just for the art things. But yeah, no, Vintage Story has, like, really, really fantastic. You are correct. Yeah, I want to say it's only, what, like, 2 higher light radius or something, or 2 higher brightness or something. Like, it was not much. I remember it was a very small one. You drink Coke? I am drinking Mr. Pibb. Not sponsored, but, you know... Wouldn't complain. Yeah, it was Electrum was best by a small margin. That's what I remember. It's just like a hair better. Oh god, that's a throwback. Yeah, no, it's recently it's been a thing at our local grocery store that it's not just been they're leaning into Mr. Pibb all of a sudden, where they've got like Mr. Pibb like with like lime, Mr. Pibb cherry, Mr. Pibb this. You know, it's kind of like what Mountain Dew was doing for a while, whereas like Mountain Dew, Code Red, you know, like all the different ones. Let's see. Do you prefer Mr. Pibb or Pibb Extra? The Mr. Pibb is your new preferred. Contrary to Dr. Pepper, you like it. Well, generally I prefer like Mellow Yellow Mountain Dew, but a lot of places don't have that. I think I prefer Pibb Extra over Mr. Pibb, but like between Dr. Pepper and Mr. Pibb, I have zero loyalty on either brand. Like maybe if I had them side by side, like one after the other, I'd be like, oh, I liked that one more. But just as it goes, kind of indifferent. They're both solid. All right, so we're gonna get our silver ingots. Not gonna worry about those right now. We got our fire clay bricks going. I've got plenty of extra there. Right. So let's grab ourselves an extra pie. And I need to grab my lantern because I forgot to. Hey, no trespassing. And I guess your people need you. I've always found that a funny bug. Just, if you're underground, the big tall guys sometimes just decide to go through the sky. Alright, so let's see here. We got our pie, we got all this, I've got our tools. I'm probably not going to be prospecting right now, I don't think. Because what I'm actually thinking we're going to do is we're going to try and go for the gears. I mean, these are all... It's fine. They could just sit there. Let's see. So we got our pie and all that. So... Oh, right. I need to switch to drop off the tongs. And grab our lantern. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to find someplace fairly far underground to start fighting a bunch of the drifters. Do I want to do it? Because I need 3 temporal gears. Oh, right, the pear tree is going to chop down. I forgot about that. I'm not going to do it now, but I was just like, what's this purple icon? That's basically where I'm at right now, is I'm at a loss of which thing I'm working on. These are already done. Kroger's those are legit for generic. Well, honestly, most of the generic white label stuff I do very much enjoy. It's pretty funny that like so many of those white labels, they do actually just genuinely come from the same place. Alright, so we're down to 3 bloomeries unless I get more fire brick going, which is fine. Ow. Look, if I want to stand in fire, let me stand in fire. Okay, it is smoldering. I never did check to make sure our charcoal pit was charcoal pitting. Yeah, most of the time I buy generics. It is one of those things that, like, once in a while the grocery store nearby us, the name brands will be a better deal. But, like, most of the time, the generics are the ones that lead. A lot of times I also get, like, the 2-liter bottles because they're just so much cheaper. It is just kind of unfortunate that there's definitely, I'm slightly short on the charcoal for that one. It's fine, we're already cooking the charcoal, so I'll get these two going. It's not a big deal, I've got enough iron blooms that we're gonna be in... Oh, I know what I can work on. I know exactly what I should be working on, versus just randomly, arbitrarily going underground and killing stuff in the hopes of an RNG drop. Alright, Hellhammer time. We've already got a Hellhammer head made, so we need to make the base, so that's a resin. And the arm, that's easy. And I guess that's it. Alright, so let's go do a trip to the woods. Because we only took one of the resin just the other day, and all the other resin we already found should be respawned or about to be. So getting one resin should be easy. The other thing I want to go and get is, was it a transmission they called it? Yeah, transmission. So that's 2. Oh, it's going to be 4 because those also take 1. So the transmission is cool. Like, you get a transmission to toggle, and you can, like, disconnect and reconnect the gearing so I can turn on and off the machines. So that I don't, like, if my windmill doesn't have the power to run them all off, I could, like, turn them on and off as I need. Which, if we get that, I'm probably going to have to reroute a bunch of the power. Because the idea is I'm going to want to be able to turn them all on and off as needed. At which point, with that, I would need to change my gearing to use the big gear, which is going to be 8 resin. We'll see how far we get. There's 1 resin. We already grabbed the resin from this tree the other day. That's where it was. Okay. It's definitely this tree. Was it the bottom block, maybe? No. There you are. Okay, so that's the resin we already know of up here. Got more resin way down there. I guess if we're in the neighborhood, we can knock a few trees down real quick. Because basically what we're doing is we're checking all these pine trees for exposed resin. And if they have it, we grab it, and if not, the tree comes down. And thank you, Finn, for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Because we've got this tempered iron axe. Well, quenched iron axe. I guess tempering doesn't matter. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Got the mushrooms up in my inventory farther. And we got ourselves a new spot of resin. I did not bring a shovel with me, so that's fine. Yeah, and every time I find a resin tree, you've probably noticed I take the time to dig around it, and I put rammed earth on the bottom. That doesn't do anything to help the tree. It just means me running around later, trying to find the tree that has the resin. I've got this big, round, like, almost concrete-looking platform around it. That makes there's, like, zero question which tree is the resin tree. Because, like, you probably noticed a moment ago that one had the resin way up the tree. It took me a moment to locate the resin. Whereas, if I didn't have that, I might be going, is this the tree? Did I mark this wrong? Like, that kind of thing. But by doing this, there's, like, zero question. Okay. Can't you just plant and save the resin ones? Yeah, I mean, I can. But I'm just replanting the trees again and again. And so the issue is I'll lose track of them. It's not a big deal, it just means at a glance I could see it. So it just kind of saves me effort. But yeah, no, I could sit there and just keep planting the trees and all that, and, you know, the resin ones get marked on my map because of the auto-map marker. Okay. No resin. But yeah, but doing it this way, it's just very, very easy to just, like, run up and be like, yep, resin. Yep, no resin. Ah. Got an archery with resin. Alright. Should have brought a shovel with me. But yeah, so one thing you can probably notice is it feels like resin is so rare in the game. But if you look just at what we've got on the map, like on my mini-map alone, we have like 5 trees marked with resin just in this little tiny area. And I've got like 4 or 5 that were farther up the way. It's really easy just to not notice the resin. Oh yeah, no, if you're meaning like planting the trees to get the resin back, no, that's not the resin in this game, it's like the tree like will be determined if it has resin like on the very beginning of the world. You can plant trees all you want and there's nothing you can do. They'll either have resin to start with or they'll never have resin ever. But like planting trees doesn't magically make resin appear on it. There are mods to fix that, and they're fairly popular mods, because some people find the resin extremely frustrating to collect. I don't find it that bad, personally. It's just a thing to make sure you mark it, and, like, you just take the time from time to time to go out and do a round in the woods. Get your firewood, get your logs, mark some trees. A big thing is knowing you can just look at the tree and just see that says, like, leaking pine log or whatever. Just at a glance, you don't have to, like, go the whole way up the tree and check all 4 sides of it. You just check what it says on the tree. And I saw a pine tree over here with a bajillion mushrooms on it. So you learned that WDW has gone to great lengths to make sure there are no mosquitoes, which sounds impossible considering it's... Oh, Walt Disney World? Yes. And it's not only Walt Disney World, but yeah, no, a whole bunch of them. They do, like, routine spraying and all sorts of stuff. Like, it very genuinely, when they started that initiative, you could tell the difference. Alright, maybe let's not eat the funeral bells, because the funeral bell mushroom takes 40 hit points away from me. I have 20. Do the math. So munching on a funeral bell will, you know, do as advertised. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like, it's not only Walt Disney World either. It's most of, like, the Central Florida area. Because that was, I think that initiative started... What was the disease that was going around for a while? Yep, keeping the water moving and all that as well. Was it Zika? There's a disease that's going around, like, 15 years ago? Maybe West Nile? I don't remember. But yeah, we had it going around Central Florida that we were starting to get cases, and it was around there that, like, it wasn't... Like, obviously Walt Disney World went out of their way, but, like, so did, like, Orange County and Orlando and... You know, Seminole County and a whole bunch of them all were like, you know, we need to be on top of this. Because we started getting cases here. And it was by the mosquitoes. And really the big thing is, like, keeping the water moving so it doesn't sit there stagnant. Because it's honestly kind of interesting that even just a retention ponds, people are like, oh my god, those must be such a mosquito breeding ground. But not really. Most of them will have, like, little fountains and all that stuff, and just that disturbance of the water will keep the mosquitoes from being able to, like, you know, lay their eggs and have them be viable and everything. Because I definitely remember when I would visit here when I lived up north in Michigan, before, like, all that initiative, you'd get to the spring, and you were allowed to stay at the mosquitoes, you know, request. The people here were not in charge. It belonged to the mosquitoes. But honestly, I couldn't tell you the last time I've been bitten by a mosquito. Even, like, going out in the evenings and all that kind of stuff. Is you always curious why ponds near your grandfather's in South Florida always had giant fountains? You thought it was just decor? Yeah, no, it is decor, but it is also... You can prevent algae blooms, you can prevent mosquitoes. It's the keeping the water from not moving. There's, I forget what it's called. It's like... I mean, we just call it pond scum. But it's like this green, leafy whatever on the top. And it prevents that from building up as well. Which, granted, that one's a mixed blessing, because, like, the pond scum itself is pretty gross, but at the same time, the ducks love it. So wherever it is, you see tons of ducks. So if you're into, like, the duck stuff and all that. Yeah, no, standing water has a lot of concerns. You also, with standing water, there's a bacteria that goes, a flesh-eating bacteria, that every once in a while you'll have, like, a couple of cases. We're talking, like, 2 or 3 cases happen here in Florida that it's a really dangerous one. And so they'll be like, hey, you know, beware, the bacteria is out or whatever. But you don't really, like, it's like one case a year and all that. It's usually someone, you know, swimming in some random pond or whatever that gets it. Because even, like, the summer camps and all that, I still remember going to summer camp, even before, like, this kind of a known thing just to watch for, like, ear infections. They would, you'd do all your swimming, and then after you're done swimming, they would make all the campers line up. And they basically had a baby bottle full of this, like, pink antibiotic stuff. I don't think it was, like, truly an antibiotic, but something in that general area. And you have to turn your head and then squirt it in your ear, and then you'd rinse it out. I hated that. Alright, so you don't need the birch tree. You have already up to 7 sap. Have you ever gone to Michigan? I haven't been up to Michigan in a very long time. Honestly, I definitely got chewed up a lot more by mosquitoes in Michigan than I did in Florida. But, like, that could also be as much of the kinds of things I was doing in Michigan versus Florida. It's very hot. So, if it wasn't actively out doing something, I usually didn't want to stay out long. I think it was actually to dry out water. Yeah, you live in Canada where you have ton of mosquitoes. Yeah, I remember the mosquitoes being particularly bad in Michigan, if I remember correctly. Which it makes sense. You got the Great Lakes around you all over the place. There's lots of bodies of water up there. Mosquitoes actually can handle a large range. And then, like, generally speaking, like, in Florida when it comes to standing water, like, you can get to, like, lagoons along the coast, and those are just mosquito breeding grounds. But even, like, the swamps are swamps here, like, the St. Johns River waterway, usually most of that water is moving. Like, it's meandering moving, but it's not stagnant. It's slowly working its way from inland out to the ocean. Isn't it a bit chilly? Yeah, but I mean, I gotta remind myself what it is to be alive. Every once in a while, you gotta, you know, just nearly freeze to death to remind you what it is to be alive, to remind you that you are a living creature. Alright, so we did grab 7 resin. I don't think I'm gonna be able to set up all the transmissions and all that kind of stuff. But we can definitely get the Hellhammer built. And most likely our Fireclay brick will be all cooked and all that. So we might be able to get our refractory. I keep saying Fireclay brick. Refractory brick. It's made with Fireclay. Or refractory brick, because Fireclay brick is a completely separate thing. But yeah, for people who aren't catching the cue, that little honk noise, that's our character screaming in pain as they're slowly dying of hypothermia. As you do. So we're running home, because luckily it takes a long time for hypothermia to take you in this game. Usually what actually does it is you end up getting hypothermia or starving or whatever, and then you get hit by a drifter that takes like half your life. So instead of slowly regenning health as you're running around, you're slowly depleting it, and it's just like, say it takes 10 minutes to die from starving. I don't know what the actual time, but let's just say it's 10. It's basically getting hit and getting 5 minutes chunked off your clock. I like the ominous red glow of my of my pit kilns going. And so you might be wondering why we grabbed all those poisonous mushrooms. Gonna put them right out here in this box where they can just sit outside and rot. Ooh, we actually got compost done. Compost is a big deal because it lets you make the absolute best tiles in the game for farming. But it is just one of those things that very genuinely you require a lot of rotten stuff to make the compost to then, you know, do the next thing. Alright, so for compost, we can make a Terra Preta block. And to make that, I need 16 compost, 8 bone meal, and some powdered charcoal. Well, I don't have charcoal to powder right now, so you get to go in there. How many pit kilns do you have? I have 4. Okay, so let's go look at what we need for the Helve Hammer. So for the Helve Hammer, I need a hammer, a chisel, and a bunch of planks. So hammer, chisel. There we go. So for the next piece of the Helve Hammer, which would be the arm, so I just need 8 planks. And fortunately, I got 4 of one type and 5 of another. So let's see if this is well as ones that's like, hey, you need to have a strong wood. No, it doesn't care. Alright, so let's go in here. I'll cut some redwood. And grab the Helve Hammer head I made previously. And I'll get the positioning wrong, but we'll deal with that in a minute. But remember correctly, we go here. We plunk you down. We grab you. We plunk you down. For 1 tile off. Cool. There's a gear to this that you turn the gear and it goes like lifts it up and it drops it again. Wooden toggle. Okay, so it's an axle. Ooh, 4 resin. Okay, you're expensive. So I got my 4 resin there. Got an axle. Might be allowed to mix and match. We'll need some rendered fat. Okay. Grab our hammer and chisel again. I still have them. Oh, I forgot about the clutch. Yeah, the clutch transmission's a cool thing. It takes a lot to set up. Okay, so with that hammer, chisel, resin, I have already forgotten what this layout is. Oh, no, that was right. I might not be allowed to mix and match the wood. That's fine. Okay, you. Alright, so we got the toggle. Drop you in here for a moment. Grab the toggle. Okay. Yep, so what happens is when that axle turns, it'll lift it up and drop it again and again. So you just chuck an iron plate or an ingot on that, and it'll just bang away at it. But the problem we have now is this is way too much machinery to run with that setup. So I do need, like, clutches and all that kind of stuff to make that operate. You know, I can grab you for making more fire clay later. Drop all the stuff in there, putting all the stuff away that we grabbed for this. Okay, we got all that dropped off. Alright, and you're still rocking away, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so what needs to happen here is I've got all the machinery set up. Now, if I go up there and I make a really big gear for it, we can use the gear ratio so these machines run slower, but we can handle the torque. I do want to go and get a transmission and clutch. Because if we set up a transmission and clutch, what I could do is over here, we can just throw the lever to turn on and off the helve hammer so that we're not wasting all our horsepower running machine we don't need. This would all have to move over, and I don't even know how to begin to deal with that. And it's the same thing with this, we could move that out of the way as well. And same deal. It'd be good to get them all on it. We're going to need way more resin, so I'm just not going to worry about it for right now. We don't immediately need the helve hammer. So what we can do while we're waiting is I can go and put your chisel back. We can... Oh, right, I ran out of charcoal. Looks like that might be done down there. Oh, if that's done, let's go grab our shovels. Shovel. Okay. Because the charcoal pit should be good to go. Let's go grab a bunch of charcoal real fast. Yeah, here we go. So all that firewood we've been piling up this whole time goes to handle our charcoal pit here, which is a 9x9 2 tiles deep in this case. Normally I like it to go farther down, but you know, we needed charcoal, so we lit it up. First collecting all these bricks I enclosed it with. Because the next time I light it up, it'll almost certainly not be the exact same size. Hey. on, temporal gear. No. Current rift activity, apocalyptic. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. That sounds ominous. Yeah, this thing is like, do I want to just go outside and see if we can't meet up with them and make it happen? Because we can fight them, and each one has a very small chance of dropping what's called a temporal gear. And I know where some teleporters are, and to make them work the first time, I need 3 temporal gears per teleporter. The problem is, the scaling of stuff is pretty rough in this game. And I have a leather hat, is my armor. I'm not gonna pull this all up right now. I'm gonna get myself about 2 stacks of charcoal. The important bit covered at least? I mean, you're not wrong. It's mostly that's just what I had some extra leather for. Anything else I wanted to make was gonna be a more involved process. Alright. I got myself 2 stacks. Alright. Right now, I'll just chuck those in there. Because I think I'm going to try and take advantage of the apocalypse. Wait. Are you done? What I was going to say is I was going to take advantage of the apocalyptic rift activity. Just get a little ways underground and start processing, like, just start dealing with that as fast as we can. Alright. We good? Oh, it is time. Can't remember how many fit in this thing. Oh, right. Need to grab the charcoal. Yeah, I think you're right on the 12. Where did I put the lids? I already made the 2 lids for it. If it's 12, that's not a big deal. Ow. Somewhere in here, I have 2 really... There they are. There's the lids. Okay. So I need to make at least 4 ingots real fast. And we shove them in there, and then we'll be able to get the steel online. Because the steel just takes time. And that'll keep us from freezing to death. Oh, we've already hit Rift Activity Calm. That's disappointing. I was like Apocalyptic, I was like, let's go just a little ways underground so we get lots of weak enemies and just try and take advantage, but it didn't last very long. Diamond coal? So much coal? Yes. Yes, it does. There's a reason why you want those really big charcoal pits. Steel just eats it all. The good news is once you make your steel tools, they last a long time. So now I gotta break all the slag off. And this is why we would want the Hellhammer. With the Hellhammer, I can just plop the ingot on there and it'll just go tunk, tunk, tunk. Actually, with how much these cool off now, I think realistically to do the Hellhammer, you can no longer get away with it just runs at a nice steady pace. You would want to make sure it's running at a fast pace. Or have multiple Hellhammers hitting it. I didn't think about that part. Yeah, so we need to get like a proper windmill going. Just dedicated to just banging on iron. Or we get stuck doing it this way, which is a bit on the slow side. Because if I get enough power and get like 2 Hellhammers going, I could just operate the bellows. They changed the Hellhammer too. It used to be that they had diminishing returns from mechanical power, aka didn't run as fast as you think, no longer according to patch notes. Gotcha. So they made it so the Hellhammers could go faster to accommodate for it, sounds like, which is good. I definitely want Hellhammers for iron, because you don't have Napster, so making iron ingots is a pain. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. For me, just with all the times I've done the minigame, to just sit here and churn out one after the other and be like, remove it, remove it. Don't you get pieces back from cutting metal chunks? From cutting metal chunks in what way? I'm not sure what we're talking about metal chunks here in this one. Because what we've got here in smithing, oh, that's a mod? Gotcha, that's the reason I have no idea what's being talked about. Yeah, it's probably one of those things that a lot of people, it's like when we had a Lao tool in RimWorld back before Odyssey, that almost everyone would run it, and I had people argue with me up and down. They're like, "Why aren't you doing insert function of a Lao tool?" I was like, "Because I don't have a Lao tool." And they're like, "No, it's vanilla," and you're like, "It's really not." Also, Hellhammers don't lose durability. It even doesn't really matter. Your brain thinks it does. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I definitely want to use the Hellhammer for the durability, because especially with the quenching and tempering, it'll save you a lot of material, both on the 1 ingot for the hammer, and then all the charcoal for like keeping it, warming it up and cooling it down, and warming it up and cooling it down. And then if you have one shatter, that's just a 1 lost. Versus the Hellhammer, you can just have it bang away at that. I didn't check to see if the Hellhammer had any type of bonus, like if I could temp or like quench it for power. I don't think you could, because I believe it's 1 hit is 1 square and it doesn't matter otherwise. Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna go do here is after this ingot, before I go to try and deal with this one, we're gonna run this ingot over to the steel production, the refractory. We're gonna put it in there, we're gonna slap the charcoal on it, we're gonna slam the lid on it. We're gonna run all the way down below it, put all the charcoal underneath it, and light it up. Because at that point, it will be making steel. And I don't remember how long, isn't it like 3 days it has to cook in there making steel before it's actually done, at which point I'll get my 12 steel ingots. You know, and then we can just use the steel for anything we want to make out of steel. Needless to say, tools will be one of our first things to go, and then maybe armor next. 7 days? You could be right. I remember it's a long time. And roughly once a day... you gotta top off the charcoal. Wait a second. Oh. It's more ingots. I mean, it being more ingots is a good thing, to be clear. Because that means for your 7-day timer investment, which is kind of the big bottleneck, is you can only do that many. Alright, Cinderlash, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, all that stuff. That was part of what made it actually worth it, is because you do make that many ingots all in one go. And then with all that, what we're going to end up doing is I still have my tools over on the floor that I need to quench and temper another round. Including 2 pickaxes and a hammer, and I believe a scythe. Yeah, so I think while the steel's being produced, I do think one of our focuses is going to be trying to see what we can do with the whole windmill setup there. Run around, try and get a bunch of resin. Because we can get that going, I could, you know, do the toggle transmissions. So I could turn on and off the machines, so I only have one machine running at a time. Because that'll be very useful down the road for running everything. The other thing I can work on is, again, deliberately going down, causing the enemies to start spawning on me aggressively, and just try and hold our own to get temporal gears. Because if we can find peridotite to get olivine, we can move up to refractory bricks 2. Because when the steel run finishes, somewhere in the area of like 5 to 6 bricks of the blocks are going to be destroyed. That's part of the process. And each time you move up a tier, the percent chance per block goes down by like a magnitude of 10. I don't remember the exact amounts, but let's say it's 5% at tier 1, then it'd be at like 0.5% at tier 2, and then like 0.05% at tier 3, or whatever it is. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it is significant. And olivine and titanium, that's kind of their only main use. So those two are not too bad to deal with compared to like the fire clay and all that. We've just not been lucky enough to find peridotite, which means we can't find olivine because it only shows up in peridotite. That's because all the area around me is mostly andesite, and then we have one area that we saw that's granite nearby. But the teleporters, you can travel a long distance all at once, so sometimes you just get lucky and get plunked down someplace cool. Okay. So we got this ingot, then the one over the bloom that's going right now. Then we're going to switch over to dealing with our tools once we get the steel turned on. And then once we get our tools done, I will use up whatever charcoal is currently on the forge if there's enough time left. Knock out a couple more iron ingots, that way when I break, you know, whatever tool breaks next, while we're waiting on the steel to finish, we've got that. Without Napster, making iron without the auto hammer is tedious work. Yeah, no, and even with Napster, it's kind of like, you know, I don't want to sit here and like hold the left mouse button and do that. Regardless, you want the auto hammer. And it'd make my windmills bigger or add more, but to do that I need more cloth, or more flax to make cloth. And unfortunately, it's winter. Yeah, I'm chucking that there to warm it up in the meantime, because I don't want to leave my tools unattended and screw them up, quenching and tempering. So we'll get the steel in there, we'll deal with this ingot, we'll grab the pickaxe heads and all that and get to work. Because this set I only need to quench, not temper. Because I've been doing 2 rounds of quenching, 1 round of temper. Because the quenching increases the durability of the tool, the way I've been doing it. And the temper reduces the chance of it shattering while I'm quenching it. Okay. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Cinderlash. Really do appreciate it. And Cinderlash, who's probably on their way out already, but I do hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you again for that. I do appreciate that a great deal. Alright, we'll enjoy a piece of pie on the way over. Okay. Alright. Ready to be fired. Place a pile of coal underneath. I genuinely think I need to grab more coal. That is how greedy this whole process is. Right, I'm gonna need a... Alright, coal's all stacked up. Light her up. And if we did everything right... Alright, it is officially making steel. Alright. That's such a complex process. It is literally the last thing you make in the game so far as, like, tier of material. So it is a big thing where it goes in. At least they have the outline. It used to be you had to build that thing based on a text description of what it was, which was really confusing, so it meant you had to, like, pull up someone's guide or YouTube video just to see an image of what it was you're trying to build. But now they made it so you right-click on it, it shows this big outline, you can just do it. Making Seal really eats a lot of your time. It's almost 10 hours of you streaming. Well, to be clear, we only did about half today's stream, a little under half of today's stream on Steel. But yeah, no, it's honestly more than that, because you gotta remember, I was looking for Borax for Steel. We were looking for Fire Clay for Steel. But it is kind of the culmination of, like, the last thing you do in the game. So far as, like, your tiers and all that go. Alright, grab a stack of the fire clay, because we need to coat these in fire clay. So get a durability bonus. Using tier 2 bricks? Nope. Tier 1. I have not been able to find Peridot, let alone olivine. I would really like to be using tier 2, but we have wandered far and wide and have not found Peridotite yet. And olivine only happens in Peridotite. That's the reason why I want to get some temporal gears and try the other 2 teleporters we have to see if maybe we get lucky. Something about this corner feels cozy. Okay, that's done. So what do you do after that? Basically, where we're at in the game now, this would be the point where you decide, like, what am I building just to build stuff? One of the things I might work on here is, I would potentially go and make myself some plate armor and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like in Minecraft after you get, like, your diamond armor and all that. It's like, okay, well, what do I do next? Well, you've got the gear, like, what do you want to do? Now, Minecraft, you'd go and you could fight Ender Dragon. You know, get your diamond armor, get some enchants, whatever. You fight Ender Dragon. You know, that's kind of the boss. This one doesn't have a boss, last I checked. But there is a bunch of story areas to go through that. Instead of having a boss, they just have a lot of really, really dangerous enemies. Like, they've got what's called bells. I would say of the enemies in the games, the bells are the ones I fear the most. What about Dave? You can't fight Dave. Dave just stays out at the distance and looms threateningly over you. Okay, that's one pickaxe head done. But yeah, it's the same with any of these games. Once you finish the progression, that's it. The progression's done. You can go and, like, do whatever lore's in the game. This one, like I said, they don't have a boss yet. I think they talked about that they might be a boss at one point. Instead, you've got lore. So you have to, like, find this quest from one of the trade people, and then they tell you how to, like, go to the different locations. And then they have teleporters between the locations and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of, like, going into these dungeons that are underground that are massive and involved. And like I said, they don't have a boss, but they'll spawn some pretty nasty stuff down there. The last time I did that, I got pretty far onto one, and then I had a bell get summoned, and at that point, like, I was already pretty spent, and it was like, okay, we have to go. Like, I want to finish this, but, like, we just don't have enough in the tank to deal with the bell. Because the bell is this monster that acts as you'd imagine. It's a big bell, and it makes a big, loud ruckus. It has a lot of life, and it just summons really tough monsters to assist it. So running up and just burning it down is really hard because it's got just so much health. And if you don't do that, like, you are not going to keep up with the other enemies. And there's strategies you can use, because it can only summon so many enemies, so you can do stuff to try and trap the other enemies and then take it out, and, you know, different things like that, or get yourself to a position where the other enemies can't reach you and you just harass the bell from safety. But the story areas, you can't, like, move the blocks or anything like that. So as a result, like, your ability to cheese the fights are far more limited. Up. Our first shatter. Well. Get a little bit on there. I'm going to try to very quickly make the, just make a steel sword. The steel is currently being made in the refractory. So I can't do anything steel yet. The steel's still actively being made. And that wasn't a weapon I was making, it was a sickle for cutting grass and such. My copper one is getting pretty, or copper, whatever, my other one is getting pretty close to being spent, so I'm getting a replacement. I just figured I'd run this real fast because it's already got some charcoal in here, so if I can get to heat, I'll make it into an ingot. I'm probably not even going to bother making it into the sickle right now. Just figured I had just about enough fuel. Yeah, I had just about enough fuel to do one more ingot, so I figured might as well not waste the charcoal. Alright. Yeah, so things to work on now in the game for me is, one, keep the steel running. That's one thing. The second thing would be to make sure, like, try and get, like, the resin to set up my health hammer. Because if I can get that set up, then, you know, instead of this part being done by me, I can set it up so I have a forge out there. And I'll just heat it up on the forge, shove it on the health hammer. We'd also want to enclose the area where I'm doing that so it doesn't just rain on it and cool off the stuff too fast. Alright. Then I go here, there's my new hammer. There's my new pickaxe. And my other new pickaxe. Apparently I had another iron ingot I forgot about. Let's see. Yeah, so prospecting pick I have in my inventory is getting pretty worn. That's probably okay. Alright. I got all this. I am out of pie, a true tragedy. One, two, three, four. You don't know why they chose the Phalanx as a weapon? I don't know. I think it's cool just because it's something different. like every other game having, you know, sword and spear. And this one does have a sword and a spear and all that. But having the Falx as what weapon is always pretty good. For just something different. Oh, right. Because as a reminder, when we finish this round of steel, some of the brick blocks are going to break. So we do want to make sure we have another round of them going to make replacements. Okay, do I have any more grass? I do not. And this is the thing I was trying to make a iron replacement of. Because it's bronze, and it's been doing good for us, but I've had it a long time, and it's starting to get pretty low durability. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to try and snooze the ad break so I don't have to put you through it. You choose Commoner, right? Yes, but I did turn off the class limitations. Class limitations, to me, are very much intended for multiplayer. Sure, there's arguments you could have for the balance on and all that. It really kind of sucks to just not have access to a bunch of stuff. Because I wouldn't say any of them are, like, game-breaking or anything either. I can tell you, more than once in the game, I've gone and started working on something only to realize it was a class-restricted recipe. Yeah, no, absolutely. The next update that is supposed to be like the entirety of what the update is tackling is to rework combat in a bunch of ways. Like changing the way enemies spawn, changing the way the combat armor and damage scales and all that, which is good. Because pretty much when people ask like my thoughts about the game, it's like it's a really good game, but like the combat is terrible. There. Like there's stuff it does really well, and that ain't it. Maybe Taylor gave her some? Yeah. What is the name of the auto forging mod? If you mean the mod that is like making so I can hold right click on stuff, that is Napster, with a K. It's one of the more popular mods. It's usually in like the top 50 mods for the game. Just like the auto map marker is one of the ones that's usually up there really high. Because both of them take clicks you're going to just do anyways all the time that can get a little tedious after a while. Alright. That said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. Because I already know if I go out to do my next adventure, I'm going to be going for another hour, and I'm going an hour long because I've been very much enjoying Vintage Story. But it's definitely been a very, very productive stream. We are officially producing steel. We are officially producing the final resource in the game so far as armor and equipment. There is technically stuff with like Electrum and all that where you can make teleporters and all that. We'll probably not get into a bunch of that stuff. Like, we did get one teleporter up and running and have used it. And I've got 2 more teleporters I found. But we just need to get the temporal gears, and about the only way for us to do that is to just go underground and fight. And ultimately that's probably going to boil down to me making armor and all that kind of stuff. But you don't realize that you could make teleporters? I believe you can make teleporters if I remember correctly. If we go in here. I wanna say, not the rod. I wanna say, not the rift ward. There was something in here that you could make the this translocator is what they call. Yes, the rickety translocator, I believe is what it was. I haven't ever made it myself just because, like, it's a very late game thing. You have to get the customized schematic and all that, which is, I believe, story stuff. But yeah, there's a lot there that you can get into it also. I like how calm you stay when people ask the same question regularly. You're used to the Sonic channel where it is very different. Yeah, I mean, I feel like to stream long term, you just kind of have to be okay with answering the same question again and again and again, because people are coming and going at all times, so they don't know you've already answered that question, all stuff. The stuff that uses the copper nickel, yeah, there's a bunch of it's the copper nickel stuff here. There's a bunch of stuff in here, so you have like all this stuff. You have like night vision that uses temporal gears. We got the resonator, which we've got cylinders that I'm supposed to get dialogue. The base return teleporter. I was trying to remember, was this thing destroyed when you use it or something? The base return teleporter. Oh, I think maybe it's the thermal diffusion. No. There was something with the teleporter that made it so you couldn't just use it constantly. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, so you got a bunch of stuff like there. Rickety translocator and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's all really cool stuff they've got, but it is very end game. If you look at what goes into these, a lot of these come from parts that you can only find, like the Jonas parts and all that. You can't craft them. And so a lot of that is getting to the point where you can fight like the really tough enemies and go after like locusts and all that. But it is just kind of farming them so you get your drops. Anyways, with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. We will be playing some other games coming up pretty soon on the 14th. I know I've got a game that's dropping. And it's basically from then on, like 14, 15, 16, almost every day there's like a new major update or a new game dropping. So I'm gonna get back into like the variety side of things pretty soon. So more than likely, I will probably play this again tomorrow or my next stream at 7 p.m. EST to pick up to hopefully get like the steel knocked out and all that kind of stuff, and you know, do something with steel before we end up getting kind of not forced, but we are going to bounce to check out the new stuff coming out and all that good stuff. But with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you over there. I do not have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this whole stream